Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
Jason Bentley with EKM. We have proof of publication of notice that we
Okay.
can submit for the record as well. We
Yep.
can file those electronically if you like, or we've got paper copies.
Yep, okay, we'll get to that in just a second then. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record in case number 2022-00238, electronic investigation of jurisdictional status of East Kentucky Midstream LLC and of its compliance with KRS Chapter 278, 807 KAR, Chapter 005, and 49 CFR Parts 191 and 192. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and with me today is Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. If you have cellular telephones, please make sure that they are on silent or off. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. At this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel, and I'll request that each party's counsel also identify their witnesses. For EKM.
Madam Chair, I'm Jason Bentley with the McBrayer Law Firm. I have with me Katie Yunker as well. Our witnesses today are Mr. Jack Banks and Mr. Jack Justice.
Okay. And for the Attorney General's office.
Mike West, Attorney General's Office, no witnesses.
Morning. And for Kentucky Frontier.
Allison Honaker and Meredith Kay for Honaker Law Office, and our witnesses today are Steve Shute, John White, and Mike Harris.
Okay. And I have been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Counsel?
Yes.
Okay. And did you need him to give you proof of publication or anything like that, or we already
He
have it?
files it into the record, that's fine.
We've not yet electronically filed it in the record, so, but we do have paper copies if,
Okay, good enough?
okay.
All right. I know we have several confidentiality motions. Any other motions at this time? Okay. Let's move on to public comment. I know we had one filed in the record. I don't believe we had any notify that they wanted to participate online today. Is that correct? Okay. And then, let's see, is there anyone in the audience who came today for the purpose of giving public comment? Seeing no one, I'll just note that anybody who wishes to provide public comments may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. Let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for at least one day. Okay, in this case, as an investigation, the burden's on the commission, so staff will now be permitted to present their witnesses. Counsel? you may call
Madam
your
Chair,
questions. Mhm.
if I may, before we begin the taking of evidence, I wanted to note on the record East Kentucky Midstream's objection to the appearance of a current PSC employee, former Kentucky Frontier Gas employee, as a witness at this hearing. And I would also note an objection to his being a witness for Kentucky Frontier Gas while he is being an employee of the commission, and that is the way he was identified by Kentucky Frontier Gas's counsel. We do note that for the record. We understand that the commission has ruled on that and ruled against us on that, but did want to note that. I also wanted to be noted on the record whether or not Mr. Harris is going to be present or, and even as a member of the public, but present and listening to other testimony being given at the hearing.
These hearings are broadcast live, so everyone can hear them as we go. So
You mean within the commission building?
they're always online.
Oh, I understand
Yeah,
that, ma'am,
so
but I guess
we're a little different than a courtroom in that.
I understand that, but Your Honor, there is a difference between it being available to everyone and listening in or being present for, and I just wanted to ask on the record whether or not, for example, Mr. Harris is present in the hearing room and will be listening to the testimony of other witnesses.
Yeah, I'll
before he
allow
leaves.
the other parties to comment. Staff first.
Your Honor, you all have ruled on it, and just like with any other witness, we allow them to observe the hearing. So we don't have any issue with Mr. Harris being able to hear the other testimony.
And he has been shielded in this case?
Yes. Yes, he has. Since he became an employee of the commission, he has not participated in anything related to Kentucky Frontier or EKM.
And I assume Frontier, same position?
Yes, he could watch it on YouTube if he's not sitting here in the hearing room, so he would be listening in on the witnesses anyways. And we agree that he should be shielded from any decision-making that the commission does and be shielded from his position as a Kentucky Public Service Commission employee, but he is a vital witness on behalf of Kentucky Frontier here. He did work for Kentucky Frontier for many years. He was working there when this started several years ago. He's given a deposition. He's done, all those things. So we do think that it's appropriate for him to participate today.
And Ms. Hector, that is generally our policy, all the witnesses stay in all the time, different than regular courts. But,
Thank you.
okay, call your first witness.
The commission would call Dwayne Sims, Your Honor.
Mr. Sims, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Charles Dwayne Sims. Business address is 701 Colorado, Austin, Texas.
Counsel, may I ask?
Mr. Sims, who do you work for?
Sander Resources,
And what is your position there?
Director of GIS and Data Analytics.
And did you prepare a report in this matter?
I did.
Okay. And do you have any corrections or clarifications to anything that you submitted previously?
I do not.
Did you prepare mapping in this case?
I did.
Okay. Could you walk us through your process of developing the maps in this case?
Sure. The maps came from three sources: the PSC filings, field work that I performed myself, and I visited both the EKM and the KFG office and got basically copies of things that were already PSC filings.
Okay. And then what did you do with all of that information?
I put it into ArcGIS software program and then created maps from digital copies of paper maps, some other digital filings, and meter records and facility records, and then some GPS locations that I took.
Okay. And then the names indicated on the maps, were those generated by your team?
Yeah, those are internal names for us to identify the areas that we were discussing, just for simplification.
Okay. And those names were not provided by either party?
No, those aren't any official line name or system name that I'm aware of.
Would you like to take us through the, each line on the map that you generated?
And, Your Honor, if we could, this is considered confidential information, if we could go into confidential session before he starts discussing each of the maps.
And Jim, let us know when we're on confidential. I think I'll just see a notice here on the screen. 2022-00238. And staff, you may call your next witness, or you're finished?
You are finished, Your Honor.
Okay. So, next we are going to EKM's witnesses.
Your Honor, I think, let's see, we're gonna start with Banks. We need to get some things on the record.
Okay.
Let's start with Jack Banks.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Banks. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please be seated. Tell us your full name and your business address.
Jack Banks,
And your business address?
Jackson, Kentucky.
Okay. All right, and please let us know if we need to go on to confidential record again.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Banks, can you describe your role with East Kentucky Midstream and your history with this system?
At present, I'm just a consultant. I'm retired. I started in 1981, November the 1st, and I retired last year.
Okay. And what was your responsibility with regard to the system?
From 1996 up till I retired, I was supervisor. Before that, I was oil tender and welder, whatever they needed.
Okay. So you're experienced in operating this system and working with producers and working with farm tap customers and working with the distribution utilities that are associated with it?
I installed most of the system,
Okay.
so.
There was a statement made by Kentucky Frontier in their comments to the Sander Resources Report. If it's all right, I can just read it.
Your Honor, we would object. I think they waived the right to do direct testimony. They were just gonna allow it for the one witness, and we're doing direct testimony.
Is that staff's recollection, or they waived and allowed an exception?
Well, they did waive direct, and just to the extent that Mr. Sims talked about his map. So if this is, plus this is already in the record, and I believe the commission's policy is if it's in the record, it doesn't need to be rehashed.
Your response, Mr. Kelly?
Well, there have been some statements made that I think Mr. Banks can testify to that might help further develop the record.
Okay. So, try not to reiterate things that are already in the record, but otherwise.
Okay. Let me think how to frame it then. Is it all right if I read from their comments and ask him to respond?
Anybody object?
The comments are already in the record, so
I can
that would
direct-
be rehashing the
That
record.
were presented today?
No, it was comments that were written, that were filed into the record off of the Sander report. I think both parties filed comments into the record after that report was filed.
He was saying things that were said today. If it's things that are not already in the record that were presented today.
I think it was, yes, it's in regards to the characterization of the operation of the system as it is currently, that were made by the Sanders folks.
I'll entertain
It'll be short.
objections on each question, but please go right ahead.
In regards to the statement in the winter, EKM is simply distributing FERC-regulated gas to small utilities that are inarguably DOT jurisdictional. In the wintertime, does EKM continue to take producer gas?
Oh yeah, we take it all. We just don't have enough.
Okay. And now, is EKM currently selling gas to the interstate market?
Yes.
When did that start?
4/23 of 25.
Okay. And I think some of my other questions could maybe be answered by Mr. Justice, but that's all the questions I had, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. West?
No questions.
Kentucky Frontier.
Good morning, Mr. Banks. How are you? I've got a few questions for you. Can you tell me in 2024, in the calendar year 2024, how much gas came from your Means compressor station?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with the billing system that EKM has to Kentucky Frontier?
Yes,
And are you the one who kind of sends those bills out?
yes,
All right. Are you familiar with the February 2025 bill that was sent? That had a number of critical days listed?
yes.
Okay. Can you kind of explain to me what's involved in that billing process?
A lot of work between John and I. Yeah, I have to get from our marketer how much we bought per day, have to divide it out between everybody. It's a complicated situation.
Okay. And then that particular, we're talking about the February 2025 bill just because that did have some critical days on it. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah,
And I believe it had maybe 6 or 8, 10, somewhere around in there for critical days. Can you tell me what a critical day is?
Columbia, or TransCanada declares them. I think it's where they have to pull gas out of storage or taking a whole lot of gas out of storage or something. They declare a critical day.
Okay. So it's based on gas that you purchase from TC Energy?
TCA.
Okay. And so do you recall in that February 2025 bill, was all of the gas that was sold to Frontier during those critical days, were they charged that critical day rate for all of that gas?
For each day, them 5 or 6 days? Yes, I think so.
Okay, so for all of the gas that they purchased during those critical days, whether it was serving the front of the system or the end of the system to Louisa, they were charged that critical day rate?
Yes,
And that would have been for TC Energy gas?
yes.
And so, just to be clear, all of those customers, even the ones on the total far east of your system, would have been charged, would have got gas from TC Energy because they were charged that critical day rate.
Yeah, the whole system.
Okay. Do any of your, I think you all call them farm tap customers or house customers, do any of those customers pay that critical day rate as well?
No. No.
What about the city of West Liberty?
Yes,
What about the prison?
yes.
So none of the schools that you serve, the commercial
Yes.
things, none of those pay them, or do they?
Some of them does, yes.
Okay. Do any of those other customers pay the 12% lost and unaccounted for gas that Frontier pays?
No.
And there was some questions earlier from Chair Hatton regarding the type of customers that EKM serves. Do you serve residential customers?
Okay. Yes.
Do you serve commercial businesses?
Schools, yes.
Okay, what about a car lot? Do you serve a
Yes.
car lot as well? So you do serve businesses? You serve
Yes.
schools?
Yeah.
Is there any other entities that you serve, any other government entities?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do
Could
you-
be, I just don't.
Do you serve the prison at West Liberty?
Yeah, she
Okay.
mentioned that,
And then you serve the city of West Liberty?
yes.
Are you familiar with the farm tap rules and regulations in Kentucky?
Pretty well,
Okay. Is it your understanding that for a farm tap, the meter should be set at the main?
yes.
Okay. And are all of those farm taps that you have set that way?
No,
So, in EKM's system, is there other lines that come off of your main that go down to serve different customers?
Okay.
Yes.
And those meters are set near the house or the school or the,
Yes,
they're
yes.
not set up at the main line where barn
No.
taps are normally set.
No.
And so if you have, let's say, 10 residential customers in a neighborhood, would you just have one line that comes off of your main and then it branches out?
EKM doesn't. Yeah, Frontier does, yes. It's one line comes off and goes to them, comes off our system. I don't think we have 10 customers. EKM does.
So what if you had 2 customers? Would they
Yeah.
have,
Yeah, there could be 2.
they would have one and it would branch off of that same thing
Yeah,
to
it
different
branch.
meters?
Yes.
Okay. On the gas wells, I think I'm jumping around a little bit on you, I'm sorry. Are the meters set at the actual gas well? Where are the meters set for your local production?
You're talking about the meter that measures the gas coming out of the well?
Yes,
Most of them's pretty close.
okay. And who owns the lines from those meters to your main line?
Our line starts, we own, from the meter on, we own.
Okay, so from the meter to your main line would be EKM. In the Van Cleve area and the frozen field, I think that's how you referred to it, maybe in your deposition, it was Troublesome Creek frozen field. Is there enough local production in that area to serve your customers in the wintertime?
I think they are, but I'm not positive, because I just sit regularly there and I don't have a meter just to verify that we don't get low.
Okay, so there could be some gas from TC Energy
It
that
could
serves
be,
those,
it'd
you
be a
don't
little,
know?
might be a little,
Okay, what about Candle City?
Kansas City's the same way. There was all kinds of production there, but some of the wells just turned off,
Okay, so you're not getting as much local production as you were?
not as we was.
And I think you stated that in your deposition as well, that you're getting less and less production. The A1, the A2, and the A3, I think there's A4 and A5 possibly too, that we've talked about today, those used to be an Ashland oil line, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
So it was an oil pipeline
All right.
that was converted to natural gas.
Yes.
Do you know when that was done?
We started in '96, got done 2001, 2002, somewhere in there.
So you think you purchased it probably around 96?
We purchased it in '95 and we had to walk it all, and we started working on it in '96, I think.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your deposition with you today?
No,
He does.
Okay.
So we don't, but it's in there. Yes, it is. I do. Is that justice or Zach?
And I'm gonna refer first to page 10 of your
10?
deposition, yes. And just let me know when you're there.
down here.
Okay. And we were talking just a second ago about the local production going down. And it looks like on lines, starting at line 8 is the question, where you're talking about the volumes received or gathered from producers. Line 13, you say 700 to 800 MCFs, it's going down. Do you know what that is today?
It's close to the same.
Okay. And in the winter, is it less?
Yes, sometimes.
Do you purchase gas from TC Energy every day?
Yes.
Do you know how much you purchase?
Well, like today, it's very, very little, 40 or 50 or something. Got a few house customers.
All right. But you do purchase from TC Energy every day? All right. Can we go to page 23 of your deposition now? Looks like I'm starting on pages 8 and 9 if my notes are correct. This is where you're talking about KZ East and the functions of KZ East. And at one point, you said that there used to be 2 functions, but now there's only 1. Is that right? I think that's on
Yeah.
page 23, line 4 is where you're talking about the 2 functions.
Yeah, we don't sell anything at KZ.
Okay, so I think that's what you stated on line 13 and 14. We used to sell gas to TC Energy at Jefferson, but we don't.
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. So there's not, on the KZ East line, you're not selling any like local production or anything into TC Energy?
No, we're moving it up the other line.
How many miles of pipeline does EKM have?
I don't know. I'd have to go add it all up. I got no idea.
Okay, because I think there's some discrepancy maybe from, Kentucky Frontier has stated there was a certain amount that they knew of, and then I think the Sanders report maybe had 100 or so miles more, is that correct, than what we were?
We object to the form of the question. I don't know how, I don't even know what an answer would be. It's so indefinite. She's just talking about what she sees as a difference in testimony without any particulars, testimonial
I can
reports.
rephrase. You're not sure how many miles of pipeline you have on your system. Do you agree or disagree with the amount that the Sanders report said EKM has?
Which is what?
I
Sorry.
don't even know what the Sanders report said.
Okay, have you read the Sanders, you haven't read the Sanders report?
Yeah, but I don't remember what it said.
Do you have a copy of that report?
What does it say?
I think the question just was, do you have a copy of it?
No, I don't have a copy.
Okay. I want to say it said 381 miles, but that could be wrong, and I don't want to put that into the record if I'm wrong, so.
It would have to be close.
Yeah, on page, it's under the findings summary, page 2, it says at least 381 miles. Do you think that's close to what?
Yeah, that has to be close.
And is that including lines other than the different colored lines we saw on the map earlier? I don't want to go into confidential
Yeah.
session, put that back up.
Yeah.
So it's more, you've got more lines than what is shown on
Yeah,
that
there's
map?
some 2-inch lines. We call them production lines. You know, in Breathitt County, so, yeah, that's including them too.
Okay. Is there any other lines you think that that includes?
No.
And you just stated you call those production lines, is that correct? But EKM doesn't own any production, right? You don't have any producing wells?
Yeah, but the lines was still called production line.
But they're not your production, correct? Like you do not have
Correct.
any,
It is correct.
you do not own any production?
No.
Do you know what the annual lost and unaccounted for percentage is on your system?
No, specifically, no.
Okay.
Not yet going looking.
All right. Do you know what it is on the part of the system that actually serves Kentucky Frontier, what that amount is?
It would be in the 20s. 20
20s.
some. 20 some.
And that's just for the lost and unaccounted for gas?
Yeah.
One second, please.
We have no further questions.
Staff?
You just stated that as of 4/23/25, you're currently selling to the interstate market. Where are you selling at? What point?
Johnson, or, yeah, Johnson County, Van Leer.
Is that the only point of sale currently?
It currently is.
Do you have an estimate about how much gas you're selling at that point?
2 to 250 a day.
No further questions?
Commissioner Reagan?
I don't have any.
Morning.
Good morning.
You said that you don't have as much local production as you used to have. Was there a time when you didn't have to purchase from anyone to be able to serve your customers?
Yeah, for years, we never did purchase no gas.
Yeah.
We got, getting lower production kind of gas prices and lower production. It's either let the customers run out or we had to purchase gas.
Yeah. Do you ever tell the customers, we ran out, sorry, we can't serve you?
Repeat that, please.
Do you ever just tell your customers, we ran out? sorry,
No,
we
I
can't serve-"
never do that.
I believe that's all the questions I have. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Banks, you were asked a minute ago about how many miles of line and some discrepancies. Were some of the lines identified in the Sander report Frontier Gas's lines? Distribution?
I don't honestly know. I have to look at the
Okay.
Sanders report again.
That's fine. And you testified that to declining local production. Why is that? Why is there not more gas being produced in that part of Kentucky?
The gas prices is the number one reason. Well, that's the only reason, I'm sure.
If gas prices were better, would production increase in that area?
Yeah, it'd probably triple.
You were asked about the location of meters. How long have some of those meters been on the system?
years, 20 years or longer.
20 years or longer.
The PSC gives public gas the authority to put them in. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah. And that,
Just a second, Mr. Bell. I had a request for you to move your microphone just a little closer to you, Mr. Bell.
Okay.
Pick it up on the record. Thank you. I apologize for interrupting.
that's fine. And some of those meters that were set 20 years ago would predate PSC regulations over location of farm tap meters.
Yeah, it was put in, a lot of them was in 2005, 2006, so yeah.
And the question of the meter at the school came up. Do you recall kind of the background on that?
Yeah, Willard Kinzer purchased the old Magnum line, and he abandoned it. And the school and county judge and Rocky Atkins, a bunch of them come up there and wanted us to hook them gas, sell them gas, and that's what we done. It's supposed to be temporary. That's happened 2005, 2006. It's still on.
Have you ever had to shut off gas to the school up there?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Recross Attorney General's office? That's you.
No.
Staff. Sure. Okay, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Mr. Banks, thank you for coming here. Please.
That's Marlene. Let's get this back to the show.
Okay, and
We'd like to call Mr. Jack Justice as our
All right.
next witness.
Mr. Justice, good morning. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat and tell us your business address if you know it.
If I can remember it.
That's fine.
What's your business address, Mr. Justice?
Oh, gosh.
If you don't know it, it's not that big a deal.
P.O. Box 1666, Salyersville, Kentucky.
Got it. You don't have to tell us the zip code.
Okay,
But, make sure-
414 something.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Just make sure that microphone's supposed to be. Thank you.
Okay.
We heard testimony about the declining production in the region. Can you tell us, from your perspective, having experience in the oil and gas industry, why that is?
Well, basically, it's up north. As Ms. Sanders said, they have 20 wells on one pad. And they sell it dirt cheap. And now, you know, the Appalachian Index is what the price is based on. We used to get a bonus of 40 cents, okay? Now it goes to a negative 60 to 80 cents. Last summer, I shut 3 fields in because my net was 18 cents a decatherm. Since 2008, the latter part of 2008, the price of gas, natural gas, has dropped dramatically. Just 2 little upticks that lasted 3 or 4 months. Other than that, nobody drills. And that is what's wrong with the Appalachian Basin. They can't afford to drill. Now, you know, we have, other subsidiary of us has an oil field. And byproduct of that oil field is natural gas, and we make no money on the natural gas. Make none. And the market has been so depressed that there's no new drilling going on. You can't make $1 in the natural gas business in the Appalachian Basin.
If prices were to increase, is there available production in that area that could increase as well?
Sure. Sure.
And can you explain what the decline curve is for wells in Kentucky, in that part of Kentucky?
Well, it's all based on formation. The shale, Devonian shale, the decline curve isn't near as drastic, and once it levels off, that well will produce 40 years. We're very experienced in the Berea grit, and as far as the oil goes and the gas, it has a steep decline curve over 6 months to 8 months, very steep. And after that, it just dribbles out. So over the first 2 years, you should make your money back, maybe, if the prices are okay, but not in the gas end of it. You can't make it in the gas. You cannot drill a horizontal well in the Berea grit and produce gas and make money. It's impossible, today's market.
But if gas prices increase generally, then there is opportunity to make some money.
Very, yeah. Yeah.
No further questions.
Attorney General,
No questions.
Kentucky Practitioner.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Justice.
Morning.
And you were in the room when I was asking questions to Mr. Banks, correct?
I think so.
Okay. In 2024, do you know how much gas came from your Means compressor station?
No.
And were you in the room when Mr. Banks testified that you're currently selling gas in Johnson County back to the market?
Yes.
Do you know when that started?
I'm gonna say somewhere in April,
Okay.
you know, but it all depends on weather.
And that's normally not done in the winter months?
No.
Just trying to go through my questions I had for Mr. Banks, if there was any I had left over for you. Back to the question on the gas that you're selling at Van Leer, do you know when you stopped doing that?
No.
You said you started back in April. Do you know when you kind of stopped doing that last year before you started back?
When did we put our coats on?
Okay.
I mean, when it gets cold, we sell it to the farm tap.
Okay. And can you tell me what percentage of the Appalachian Index you pay for local production gas?
No, it's it fluctuates every day.
Okay. Do you know how much local production gas you are getting yearly
No,
right now?
no.
And you stated you couldn't tell me how much that you bought from TC Energy last
No.
year either?
No.
And you stated that the the amount you pay fluctuates every day. Do you pay the
Well,
full Appalachian Index to the local producers?
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
You stated that the amount you pay to your local production, it changes every day. When I asked about what the percentage of the Appalachian Index was that you paid, and you said that changes every day.
Well,
Do you
the
pay
price
full?
fluctuates every day, but I think there's a common factor in there that they say this, they publish the price for that month, and that's what it is. But it fluctuates every day.
Okay. So you pay the
But-
full Appalachian Index to your producers?
No, I'm sure there's a transportation charge. What that is, I don't know. you know.
Okay. We have nothing further.
Staff.
Your Honor, I think, do you want, Mr. Justice, just a clarifying question. You said you have a subsidiary that owns oil fields. Is that Eagle?
I didn't,
What is the name of the company or subsidiary that owns the oil fields?
Lawrence County Gas.
Lawrence County. Do you have any other subsidiaries that we should know about?
You talk about in, oil and gas field?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. But East Kentucky Midstream, just to clarify, does not own any natural gas producing wells or oil wells, correct?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, there are a couple questions that the staff does have, but I think they will have to be post-hearing data requests because based on the depositions, they were, and the other witnesses' answers of no, they don't know certain information, we'll have to ask them as post-hearing data requests, such as the production it means.
So, actually, Your Honor, if we could hear the questions, so that would have been asked, and you anticipate a I don't know answer, so we can then confirm that this witness cannot testify, or maybe Mr. Banks cannot testify to it.
And I don't want to speak from staff, but I think she was talking about questions I asked that they couldn't answer, that staff would also have the same questions for.
That's correct.
I see, okay, I understand. Sorry, I thought you had another list
But
that you
if there's any
figured.
questions and you wanted to ask them, we could try.
No, actually, Ms. Hammer would ask most of all of them.
And just to follow up, who would have the information about how much gas you're buying from TC Energy and that kind of thing? Is there someone that
Jack
would?
Banks.
I'm sorry?
Jack Banks.
It's at the office.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean-
So
Just don't know it.
you just don't know it
I
off
mean,
the
it's
top.
on, we have records of it.
So if we ask in
Yes.
a hearing, sorry.
Yes.
If we ask it after a week, you can provide it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Justice, you talked about how you are currently selling some gas back into the market when it's
Yeah.
not coal,
Yeah.
out of Van Leer in Johnson County. That's not all from the local gas well production, right? Some of
It
it's-
is.
Okay, but
It
you
is.
purchase from TC Energy every day?
But I think that's on the northern end. I'm
Oh,
not for
okay.
sure.
That ma-
But all
Okay.
that gas is selling to TransCanada is producer gas.
Okay. And TransCanada is who you would be selling to when you sell
Yes.
back into the market? Okay. Do you have to do any treatment of gas before you can pass it on to customers
No,
for any of yours? Okay.
Mark West does that when he gets into,
Who's Mark West?
you. They process gas in a major way,
Okay,
and they charge you to process it once
Okay.
it gets into line P.
okay.
Okay.
That's not at the local level?
No,
What we're dealing with here?
no.
Okay. You're talking about Mark, M-A-R-C?
MARK,
Okay.
West.
Mark West, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Redirect?
We're good, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Okay. Moving right along. Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're up to Kentucky Frontier witnesses. If you want to call your first witness.
We will call Michael Harris.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and I guess current business address or former business address. I don't know what we want here.
Charles Michael Harris, former employee of Kentucky Frontier Gas, P.O. Box 408, Prestonsburg, Kentucky.
Okay. As has been stated, you're currently,
Employed by the Kentucky Public Service Commission at 211 Sword Drive, Frankfort, Kentucky.
okay, counsel.
Good morning. And you, I think you responded to some data requests. This case has been going on for a while. So I think you responded to maybe some data requests. You provided a deposition in this case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you are familiar with both the EKM and the Kentucky Frontier systems that are being talked about here today?
yes,
And that is based on your employment at Kentucky Frontier, correct?
yes, that's correct.
That's not based on your employment as with the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
Absolutely not.
Do you have any additions or anything that you would like to make to any of your deposition, any corrections, anything like that that you feel like you need to make?
Not that I'm aware of.
The witness is available for cross.
EKM?
Thank you. Get to this, Mr. Harris. Yeah, if you would.
Madam Chairman, if we may, I have some questions that in court would be called voir dire of the witness, relating to his employment, his knowledge, his having met with counsel for Kentucky Frontier before coming to the commission, and those kinds of things, and would like to ask them preliminarily, but then the substantive questions would come from Mr. Bentley. Is that all right, Your Honor?
I don't have a problem with the tag team, but I will entertain objections if anyone else does. No. Proceed, counsel.
So, Mr. Harris, for the record, how long were you employed by Kentucky Frontier Gas?
Approximately 14, well, Kentucky Frontier Gas, probably 12 years. They had purchased a company that I had worked for, so for a total of the systems of probably about 12 years.
So you started with Kentucky Frontier Gas in what year, sir?
I'm not sure what year they bought it off the top of my head, but it was 2010.
Okay. And the former system that you made mention of?
Oxer Road Gas.
That's AUXIER?
Yep.
Road Gas. And you'd worked for Oxer Road Gas for 2 years or
Yeah,
so before that?
yeah, somewhere about.
And when did you leave Kentucky Frontier Gas's employment?
In June of 2024.
And did you then come immediately to work for the Public Service Commission?
Yes, I did.
And what is your position at the Public Service Commission?
I am a utility inspector.
And this is with the Safety Division?
Yeah, pipeline safety, yeah.
Pipeline Safety. And have you worked for the commission, the Public Service Commission before?
No. I mean, I have worked with them on inspections of our company, yes. But I
But
was
not
not,
been-
not employed by them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you were an employee of Kentucky Frontier Gas from the time that, or at the time that Kentucky Frontier Gas filed a complaint case seeking a declaration against East Kentucky Midstream, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you, I'm not asking for details, but were you involved in discussions or meetings with counsel relating to that complaint request?
We've had some hearing, yes.
Okay, I meant meetings with counsel, whom I believe is Allison Honaker for the whole time.
Yeah.
You had some meetings with her?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
and discussed that complaint case?
Yes.
And then you're aware that the complaint case morphed into this PSC investigation case, correct?
Yes.
And you had opportunity to, and did meet with senior management at Kentucky Frontier Gas and with Ms. Honaker about this case, correct?
Yes.
And again, I'm not asking you for details about what went on, which are attorney-client privileged. So you had opportunity, for example, to prepare for your deposition that was taken by the PSC staff in this case by meeting with Ms. Honaker, correct?
Yes.
And for the time that you were employed by Kentucky Frontier Gas, were you active in the work on this investigation case?
Yes.
That is all, Your Honors. Thank you very much.
Mr. Harris, thank you. The Frontier responses to the Sander report, the comments rather, to the Sander report say that Frontier employees are very familiar with the west half of EKM's system. Would you say you're more familiar with the west half or the east half of the system?
The east half.
Okay. Yeah, and what is that familiarity based on?
Due diligence, when we were looking at purchasing Jefferson Gas, these pipelines.
And that was when it was up for sale in 2020, is that correct?
Yeah, I suppose that's the date. I'm not sure 100%. I don't recall.
The Frontier comments say Frontier evaluated each subsystem in detail, and again, when EKM lobbied for Frontier to operate the system for EKM. What was meant by EKM lobbied for Frontier to operate the system?
Your objection. Sorry, I believe that the Sanders report was filed after Mr. Harris had left Frontier Gas. That
Okay.
he's referring to.
That may be a question for another witness, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
And I was just gonna say, if he knows, he can answer. If he doesn't know,
Do you know?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
okay. Attorney General's office. Staff. I don't have questions either.
Okay.
All right, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
I have one question I just want to ask on redirect,
For
if
redirect?
possible, yes.
I didn't offer you redirect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Have you and I had any discussions at all about this case or anything else since you left your employment at Kentucky
No.
Frontier?
No.
And in regards to the east and west part of the system that they were talking about, can you tell me what parts you're more familiar with in case we're kind of off on whether it's east or west?
I know the functions of them.
Okay. I'm just making sure we're not kind of off on whether it's east or west of the system. Do you know which lines of the
Yeah.
system you're more familiar with?
A1, 2, A3, J line, C line.
Okay. That was all I wanted to clear up.
Okay. Now, recross?
No, Your Honor.
Now, any reason why he couldn't be excused?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get better. Thank you, sir. Let's see if we can get another one in before lunch. Counsel?
We call John White to the stand. need to use this if he starts referring to maps or something that
What is
he
that?
has on his computer. It's what Jim Rhodes gave us to be able to share screens
Oh, okay.
from his computer.
I didn't know if that was a hearing,
No.
device.
I just want you to know what I was handing him at least, so.
Gotcha. Morning, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Sure will.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is John Wayne White II. My business address is 408, Postal Office Box 408, Prestonsburg, Kentucky.
All right, thank you. You be seated and count your mask.
Good morning, Mr. White.
Morning.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this proceeding? It's been now probably 2 years ago almost now.
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or additions or anything that you need to make to to your deposition responses that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any additional information with regards to that deposition that you need to share?
No. I mean,
Not with regards to the deposition?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
The witness is available for cross.
And for East Kentucky Midstream?
We don't have any questions for this witness.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Your Honor. Yes, we do in fact have a question too.
Go right ahead.
Mr. White, can you describe your responsibilities for Kentucky Frontier?
I'm the operations manager now.
And what does that entail?
Just directing guys on what they need to do, working on the gas bills, and just a little bit of everything, really, just day-to-day stuff, and, you know, anything that needs to be done.
Did you succeed Mike Harris in that role?
I did.
And you testified to your responsibility for checking meters and maintaining meters at the time, so you were a meter reader before that, in addition to your other operational duties? Is that,
I was a meter reader. I did everything except for probably a lot of the construction. Not that I didn't know where the pipeline and stuff was, but I just didn't put the stuff together. As much as some others did, but like taking care of all the meters and taking care of all the purchase points and all the stuff like that for Kentucky Frontier is what I did.
and Kentucky Frontier has utility customers and farm tap customers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why the distinction is between their utility customers and farm tap customers?
It's because we have systems, and if there's a distribution system and we take gas off of a certain seller, or if we maintain our lines in that particular area, and we measure that gas going into those lines and stuff like that.
And we've heard this system described as complex and
Mhm.
intermingled. Are there areas where there are East Kentucky Midstream farm tap customers and Kentucky Frontier farm tap customers or utility customers that are intermingled?
Yes.
Do you know why that is the case?
I think it's more of a Jack Banks question, because,
'Cause he's the oldest.
well, he's the one that put it together, he's the one that's decided to give us the meters that we have, so, we had no decision, when it was sold to, Gas Natural, Jack Banks was the one that chose the meters that they would have, so.
And did Gas Natural agree to that division of the meters?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney General's office?
No questions.
Staff?
No questions.
Commissioner Ritchie?
No, I think, no questions, thanks.
Just for my clarification. And you were asked about your utility customers versus your farm tap customers. I'm not sure I followed the answer. What is the difference at Kentucky Frontier? When you categorize them differently, what's that based on?
So we have, purchase points, and there are systems that, we have customers. So we've got this line that we're purchasing gas with 1 meter, correct? And then it serves a lot of customers. And then so we're always maintaining that line, we're always looking at the leak surveys, you know, all the things. But if it's a farm tap, all these farm taps are typically, they're producers or gathering lines customer. So they have a tap on their main line, and then it has a meter that we maintain, and then we sell the gas to the customer. So in saying this, so you've got a main line that goes down the road. You've got individual taps, okay? And so on one particular tap, it'll have just 1 meter, right? And then so it goes through that meter, and we take custody of it. At that point, we read those meters. If that customer has a problem in their house, if they have a leak or anything like that, we go out, we take care of this customer, okay? And then so that's a typical farm tap. So the difference is if it's a line and it has a tap and it has a measurement point for us to make it a distribution system, you've got multiple customers down the way, you know, on a main line of ours, but we have a custody point at that particular meter with multiple customers on it. So that's the difference in a farm tap and the difference in a distribution system. And I think a lot of the argument is on the EKM system, there's a tap. And so there's a medium pressure regulator, there's no meter, there's a medium pressure regulator set. And then they run a line, and then there's multiple customers off of it with their own meters at their house, but there's no custody meter. Kind of understand what I'm saying?
You're not talking about your own company right now?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm talking about EKM. So if EKM has a tap, just like a farm tap, it's on their main line, and then they have the safety device, which is a medium pressure regulator, and they have no measurement device, which would be making it a distribution system. And what it does is it goes down the road or into an area, and it may have 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 customers that have meters at their houses. And so in the past, and that's what we're working with EKM on, is they've been trying to make us responsible for that line. And we don't even know where the tap is until something happens, like someone digs into our line, and then we may go out and squeeze it off, and some EKM employees can come right out and say, well, here's the tap, because we don't know, and they just turn the valve off. So it's in essence, it's making it a distribution system without a measuring device. So, and they're trying to make us responsible for multiple ones when we don't know anything about where their taps are for these particular systems. We find out as we go along, but their employees do know where they're at.
Okay.
Kind of understand?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have to draw it out in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Do we have redirect?
I do have a couple of questions on redirect. Would it be helpful for you to share your GIS to explain this, you think, or?
I need my login and stuff that I made. It's on a yellow sheet of paper in that bag.
To get back on the internet, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. We're in here. Yes.
And for the record, the information that was just passed is a login.
It's a login for the state's internet website. He wrote it down when he made it this morning in the conference room.
So is this something for which it should be a confidential session?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. He's gonna
Thank
share
you.
maps,
Thank you.
yes, thank you.
All right. Jim, we'll need to move to confidential, please. This couldn't be excused. All right. I'm sorry, I do have one more. I apologize. I should have done this much earlier. You were talking about how when there would be a break or someone has hit a line and there's an 811 call, that you would have to go out and service that because of safety.
Yes.
Is that because you're regulated differently than EKM?
It's because natural gas is, if it's blowing in the air, it's unsafe.
I mean, why is it you instead of EKM that has to go out? Is it because you're regulated differently?
I don't really know. It's more of if we can't get a hold of them or where we're working together right now, is really the reason that we're responding the way we are. It's because we respond quickly. Sometimes we can get to, especially with their employee base and the vast span of their system, we could probably get to a place faster than they could.
But it's not about who's a jurisdictional utility then, the reason that you're going out?
At the end of the day, it's really safety,
Okay.
is more of the issue that we're worried about, because we don't want anybody to get hurt. You know what I'm saying? And if we can help them, we're going to, especially in those safety aspects, but, that's, so for instance, we've called and we said that there's this line blowing. We went out there 10 or 12 hours later after EKM or it was Jefferson or EKM at the time, didn't respond to it, okay? And we didn't really know where the tap was. And the tap was 1,500 foot away.
Yeah.
We don't know their mains. It's like, we think it might be here, we don't know.
Yeah.
And it's like, we go out there and squeeze it off, and then when we're out there in the daylight, maybe we can make some sense of some stuff, but those are not our lines. And we're only taking custody at that meter, but if it gets cut anywhere between the 1,500 foot from the house and to the tap, and you've got 20 pounds, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, whatever, blowing out of a gas line, we really want to get it taken care of. We don't want it to jeopardize somebody's life. So
it seems like this stuff should have been all decided when these companies were buying one another out. It should have been very specific what was purchased.
absolutely.
And that there would have been clarity there or lawsuits there, but there weren't.
Mhm.
And so here we are. Okay, that's all the questions I have for this witness. Any reason he couldn't be excused? Okay, you're excused, sir. Thank you. We have one more witness. Do we have an idea of how long this witness might take? Do we want lunch first, or do we want to power through? I want to listen to everybody's, like if anybody has a blood sugar issue and needs lunch or something like that. Otherwise, I'm sort of inclined to power through. Mr. Bentley,
Yes, ma'am. We are, just 1 second, just
sure, yeah.
kind of gather our thoughts.
Kentucky Frontier's fine to power through, so.
I'm sorry.
Kentucky Frontier's fine to power through since we just have one witness left, so.
We're just waiting to hear from one more.
Yes.
Actually, if you would just put it on top of my laptop.
How about we take a 15-minute break? Would that be useful?
But if we're then gonna
I think-
taking that as part of lunch break, then we might as well just go ahead and do it, right?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do a lunch
think-
break. I was just gonna power
Right.
through.
Oh, okay. Well,
Um,
I
You want lunch?
don't,
How about we take a 15-minute break?
15-minute break.
And
Okay.
that way you
Come
guys
back
can
and
get some
power.
opportunity to confirm.
okay. Run to the snack
I
machine.
don't We are back on the record in case number 2022-00238. And I believe Kentucky Frontier is ready to call your next witness.
Yes, we call Steve Shute to the stand.
Mr. Shute, you've already raised your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Shute. I'm the principal, the owner, the member manager of Kentucky Frontier Gas LLC. My business address is P.O. Box 408 in Prestonsburg, and I live in Colorado.
Okay. Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shute. I started to say good morning. Are you the same Stephen Shute that filed comments, testimony in the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
And you also had some responses today to requests, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections or anything to make to those documents at this time?
Not to the documents, no.
Okay. And were you in the room when Chair Hatton was asking questions about the purchase of from Gas Natural, I keep wanting to say natural gas, from Gas Natural for Frontier, and that, assets should have been divided and things at that point?
Yes, I can speak to that.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
In December of 2015, Kentucky Frontier Natural Gas purchased the assets of Public Gas, but by that time it had been sold to Gas Natural in about 2011. And 4 years later, in 2015, we purchased the assets of former Public Gas and put them into Frontier. And at the time, you discussed, well, that should have been divided at the time. At the time, what we got from Gas Natural was a set of maps for utility systems that John White talked about, where you have a master meter off of the Jefferson, now EKM system. You have a master meter, and then Gas Natural had a utility system downstream of that. So John showed you the meter that we call the loop meter in Jackson. Downstream of that, we got maps from Gas Natural of the Jackson distribution system. John talked about utility systems versus farm tap systems. So from Gas Natural, when we made the transaction in December of 15, we got a series of maps, and I think there's 8 or 9 of these little utility systems that have a master meter. We got maps of them. I may not remember them all, but they're Jackson and Campton, Hazel Green, Pine View, Cliffside, and then there's a couple little teeny ones, Harold Oakley, and I won't think of the other one. But there were 8 or 9 of those very clearly delineated utility systems. And then we got a list of course, customers on those particular systems. Then we got a separate list of probably 500 or so, 500 to 600 meters and customers with an address, sometimes a GPS point, of customers that weren't on utility systems that Gas Natural was going to convey.
And this was after the purchase?
For the purchase. So 550 or so, I don't remember the exact number of these. And we've always called those farm taps because they were sort of customers orphaned without a system to identify to. And for those customers, all we got really was an address and sort of a meter location. There wasn't any conveyance of any pipe associated with those. It was just basically the meter.
And one follow-up to that, the pipe that John was describing, Mr. White was describing when he was on the stand, where this is not a typical farm tap in his eyes, the meter's not at the main, and then the customer service line running down. There's a line running down and then there's the meter.
Yeah.
None of those lines were indicated on any of these maps that you were provided by Gas Natural when you purchased.
No. The two that you saw today, the El Katawa and the Simpson Van Leer area, we didn't have any pipe mapped in there. We don't, as John said, you know, if we get called out, we have the GPS location of a meter, but we have no idea how the gas gets to that meter.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay, Ken?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll have a few questions for Mr. Sheed. Just give us 1 second. Please.
And someone make sure and tell me if we ever stray into an area where we need to have confidential.
Yes, ma'am. Are these Jackson distribution system maps part of the record in this case?
I believe that Kentucky Frontier produced 2 Sander, our GPS, or our GIS files. That's as good an answer as I
Yeah,
can give.
But those were created after you acquired the system?
After we acquired the public gas
Yes.
assets? Yeah, yes.
And was public gas / gas natural utility regulated by the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
Yes.
And those
The-
customers were,
Mr. Bentley, the maps that we got from Gas Natural were part of the acquisition case where Frontier acquired Gas Natural, the public gas assets in December of 15. So I don't know if the old maps were produced in this case, but they were certainly produced in the old case.
I don't recall seeing those in the old case, but I'll definitely go back and look. But those were utility customers. Those customers you acquired were customers of public gas and Gas Natural.
Yes.
Okay.
And just for my clarification, were they all the same assets, public gas and Gas Natural, or did they overlap or were they, everything that belonged to public gas eventually belonged to Gas Natural and then to?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you, sorry for that.
Yep.
Please go, Mr. Bailey.
And so public gas was spun off of the old Jefferson system. That public gas was essentially kind of the Jackson and surrounding areas. Is that correct?
They were sister companies owned by the same ownership. I think that's correct.
Okay. But they were regulated utilities.
Public gas was a regulated utility.
Okay. And when did those customers become quote-unquote farm tap customers of Kentucky Frontier?
The public gas customers?
Yes.
The public gas customers have never been deemed quote-unquote farm tap customers of Frontier. Frontier has has 2 separate rate cases. Basically, we have a farm tap case where we address the farm taps we got from Kinzer and 3 or 4 other producers. In about 2012, we had a general rate case in 2012 to address what our rate was going to be for all farm tap customers, and then several rate cases for utility customers. And in the rate case, the general rate case, I think 2015, where we folded 2016, where we folded the roughly 1,600 public gas customers into the general rates of Frontier Utility. We didn't discern between the public gas customers who were on a master metered system versus the ones that were just orphaned out on other pipelines. So we only have one rate for public gas. It's all utility.
But
for
it's
the
all-
former public gas customers.
When you say Kentucky Frontier Utility, is that a contiguous utility? Is it all connected?
No.
Okay. But those farm tap customers we were discussing earlier were acquired as part of the public, or the Gas Natural acquisition, but they were
The
utility
farm
customers.
taps that are now on EKN, that, what we call a farm tap, because it's not associated with a system, those 550 or so farm taps were acquired with the rest of the utility part from Gas Natural in the same transaction.
But they were utility customers of Gas Natural
Yeah.
that are now designated as farm tap customers.
They're designated as utility customers.
I thought,
We call them farm taps, just sort of delineate that these farm taps, and use air quotes on that, these farm taps on EKM are not associated with a utility system that we operate.
are they, but they're on a separate farm tap tariff
No.
of Kentucky, they're under
No.
your
They're under
utility
our
tariff?
utility tariff, just like the customers of the former systems in Oxier Road and BTU and Sigma. We have one utility structure that includes all of the roughly 1,600 former public gas customers, and another 3,000 other places in Frontier.
And so Kentucky Frontier, can you describe the other Frontier systems and where they're located and customers? Are they
Yeah.
farm tap and utility also, or?
Frontier started in, about 20 years ago, operating one of the little tiny, it was Floyd County Gas originally, it was called East Kentucky Utilities. We started operating that in 2005. In 2008, we put together 3 little systems to become Kentucky Frontier, and now we've got roughly 12 entities that we've put together. Almost all of those are some utility system that used to exist separately. So Oxier Road Gas was a separate utility, BTU Gas, Mike Little, EKU, etc. All of those utility customers, utility systems, including the former public gas that we bought from Gas Natural, all of those roughly 4,500 customers are operated as utility customers with the same rate structure. And so you had Oxier Road with 400, and BTU with 500, and EKU with 400 or 500. Now we have about 4,500 utility customers, including former public gas.
And where do the farm taps fit into that then, I guess?
The farm taps are a separate entity, a separate set of rates. There's about 500 farm taps that we originally had in 2012, and those are on Kinzer Systems and Nidus and Diversified. But we don't put the public gas, any of the public gas customers into that old farm tap rate. We leave them as a utility customer, as did Gas Natural, and I believe Public Gas.
So those farm tap customers that we were discussing earlier in those 2 localized areas, are those utility customers or farm tap customers?
They're
at Kentucky Frontier?
We have a utility tariff that covers them. We call them farm taps just to delineate them.
And are those other systems you described, are they connected or are they isolated, or how does Kentucky Frontier Utilities serve these disparate geographic areas?
I think we take gas in 40 separate places. That probably includes some of those off EKM. There are probably 1,000 or 1,500 customers of the former Oxear Road, Sigma, BTU that are all connected in Floyd and Magoffin counties. Otherwise, these are just little isolated systems of 100 to 500 customers scattered over. I think we serve gas in 13 different counties, including the farm taps.
Do those utility customers you designate as farm tap customers, do they get the same quality of gas that other former public gas customers receive?
Wow. Are we talking about Frontier old farm taps or the farm taps on EKM?
I'm talking about the Frontier old farm taps that it's still not clear to me exactly why those customers on the system are designated as farm tap customers, or called farm tap customers, but not under the farm tap tariff. It's complicated, sorry.
There's nowhere else other than the former public gas and now EKM. There's nowhere else where we mix farm tap with utility customers. There's nowhere else. We're just playing the cards we were given. Public gas and Gas Natural had operated all of those 1,600 public gas customers as if they were all connected to a single system with one rate, and we just continued that. Ask the question now, again. On
EKM, are those designated farm tap customers receiving the same quality of gas as the former public gas customers?
As with every other answer here, when people were asked, it depends on what time of year it is. It's our belief that most of the year, and for 2/3 or 3/4 of the gas year, when 2/3 or 3/4 of the gas is consumed in the winter, that almost, a lot of the gas, a majority of the gas comes from TC Energy, TCO at Means, and is pipeline quality gas. You also have production in different areas, and that can yo-yo back and forth. So it's impossible to know what the quality of gas is at any one point, depending on time of year and who's producing what.
Would you say all the producer gas is consumed by your customers in the winter?
Yes, we believe so.
When, I think you stated previously in the record that you looked at purchasing the Jefferson system, now UKM system.
Yes.
What was your evaluation of the system at the time? Why did you choose not to purchase?
In 2011, 2010 or 11, when public gas was being split off, we were mildly interested in the whole enterprise. And then it was split off and sold to Gas Natural in 2015, when Gas Natural was put public gas assets back on the market. We were obviously interested in that and sort of kicked tires on, you know, why don't we get the whole thing? And then in 2020, the entire Jefferson system was put up for sale. We got a series of marketing brochures, got a bunch of information. We really spent a lot of time in late 2010 pursuing whether Jefferson Gas would be a good fit for us. And we're sort of stuck. We're about a third of our customers are fed solely by Jefferson Gas, where there's no possibility of a plan B. So we spent, 2 or 3 months really digging into Jefferson Gas and the purchase thereof. And then we find out in March of 21, before we'd really figured out what we could pay for it, that EKM had already bought it. So it was really out of play. We found out later that it was out of play in January, really before we had really a shot at it.
Were there certain segments of the EKM system that were more appealing to you than others?
Yeah, we don't know much about, if you'll recall, I'll hold it up, but I don't want to go back into executive session. If you'll recall, there was the far right part of the map, A3, A4, which part of it is now abandoned, A5. We don't really have any customers there. It's not of strategic interest to Frontier. We were interested only in the parts that fed most of our 1,600 customers, which is KZ East and C-Line and A2 and A1.
Was cost a factor in your hesitation to?
We didn't, yeah, cost is a factor. We didn't have any idea what Jefferson was worth. The sales brochure and the map you saw earlier today had 256, more or less, miles of pipe. And if you had to replace 256 miles of pipe, you're going to be probably over $100,000 a mile. So using that is worth $25 million. But some of these lines are really old. A tiny utility with 1,600 customers can't pay anywhere around $25 million. So we were trying to figure out, well, do we offer them $2 or $3 or $4 million for the whole thing? And in the end, found out that it probably went for about $1.2 million. And we should have done that, but we didn't have any idea it was out of play by that time.
And in that asset sale, were the rights-of-way also valued or considered?
In the sale of Jefferson Gas to EKM? Sure, there's some great right-of-ways in there, potentially.
And were pipes and interconnections, pipeline interconnections, part of the assets that were listed or sold?
They were listed. They were of no strategic interest to us, other than the fact that you had to probably feed all of the gas to public gas and Frontier Gas from TECO, it means, TC Energy, it means, that's the only thing, that's the only connection that made any strategic value for us.
And when Frontier acquired Gas Natural, were the assets that were acquired, did they include pipes and pipeline interconnections? Meters, rights of way?
There were 8 or 9 interconnections that we purchased. There were meters from then Jefferson to public gas. We don't own the meter, but there was an interconnect, obviously, to EKM. That's what fed most of the customers.
Have anything else? That's all we have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney General's office? Staff? No questions? Commissioner Reagan?
Just one. Can you talk a little bit about the due diligence that the company does when purchasing assets of another company?
Sure. We try to ascertain, to the best that we can do, where their pipelines are, how many miles of pipeline they have, how many meters they have, what kind of shape the pipe is in. We ask for the DOT annual reports, which is a very detailed listing of 4-inch steel, what year was it put in, 4-inch poly pipe, what year was it put in. We try to go through all the steps to discern, make sure you're not buying pipeline that you're gonna have to replace all of. We've been stuck with a couple of systems that were pretty terrible, because it turned out their DOT annual reports were falsified. Who'd have thought? What's their annual loss and unaccounted for? We found out one system was falsified and it was 50% and it should have been 3%. I'll repeat, 50 and should have been 3, and we didn't know that until we found out that the 20 years of annual DOT reports had been falsified. So, you go through a real process, because utilities are very restricted. This is not a business with a huge, upside risk. This thing is not going to go like this, like Bitcoin or or Tesla. It's a very constrained, reserved, conservative transaction when you buy a utility. So you try to do the best of your ability to find out what's out there. And we were pretty comfortable with the public gas assets, former public gas assets, as depicted by Gas Natural. And we talked to Jack Banks and their people with boots on the ground. We did a pretty good run of due diligence.
Do you do a mapping site survey where you go in and map, alongside with the person or the company you're buying, about where the lines are and records and things like that?
No, you just don't have time to do that. We don't have that many people.
Yeah.
They produced maps, and we were able to talk through their various systems. This is Gas Natural giving us maps. We could talk through their various systems and find out they were mostly polyethylene, or if they were still old rotten steel, and we have plenty of that we're trying to get rid of. How much is it? How much risk do you have when you acquire, the Jackson system or the Campton system? And we were fairly comfortable that it wasn't going to be just a total replacement, there were places you had to fix. The thing that scares me about this discussion today is, you know, if all of a sudden we're in charge of the El Catawba lines, we have no idea what's out there. You know, 3-4 miles of, is it polyline? Is it, you know, is it 50-year-old steel that's rotten? We have no idea. And so the idea that suddenly, oh, you're in charge, well, we didn't get that on the map. Nobody's talked about this for 9 years. In the Sander report, we had to actually look up a place name to find out where they were even talking about. And we don't have anything in, you know, this area or that area, this area. I'm, you know, unnerved that if all of a sudden we get shoved on us 50 or 60 or 100 miles of pipe that we didn't even know were there, but they're feeding farm tap customers that are our customers, we won't have any idea what those lines are.
Right.
And they were never depicted, or, you know, frankly, nobody's talked about this for the 10 years that we've operated the former public gas customers. You know, all of a sudden, oh, well, you're in charge of High Falls. I don't know where that is, and it's never showed up on a map, you know, what's out there.
Okay.
So it frightens me. It's a real risk for Kentucky Frontier. As you know, we're just not unlimited on what we can take on.
Okay, thank you.
Did I understand you correctly that you have discovered about 500 orphan customers on this system?
On the EKM system, we haven't discovered them. There were, I mean, we were given a list of, I think it was 550, what we would call form taps that are, you know, outside of our dedicated utility systems.
So you don't want me to say that you discovered the customers, but you discovered there weren't lines mapped for the customers?
Well, we knew there weren't lines mapped. They didn't show up on any map. They were just, you know, we had something like this map that I won't show, but we had something like that with dots all over it. And then there were 8 or 9 little clusters of dots, and the clusters are systems that, you know, actual gas utility systems that we took over. We had maps for those.
So when did you realize there was an issue with them as far as line maintenance or 811 calls?
It's been just on and on and on, just a little bit, quite a bit aggravating.
Yeah,
You know.
it's been 10 years since you purchased.
Yeah,
And I guess this case has been open since 2022,
right.
so.
This case is mostly economic. I mean, it's all economic. Just who owns, who should operate what and who should fix what has been an ongoing irritation. Because as John said, there'd be a blowing gas line out there for, you know, 10 hours. And one of our customers that's not on one of our utility systems, in other words, they're a farm tap off of EKM, would call, and they're upset because they've got no gas. Well, EKM wouldn't come out and fix their line that was feeding that tap, and we didn't know where it was. It's been a continual irritation.
So this case has now boiled down to basically one issue, and that's whether or not EKM is going to be classified as a jurisdictional utility. How does that determination help this situation?
2 ways. There were 256 miles of pipe on this map. There's now 381 or so miles on a new map. You know, so there's, by that deduction, there's 125 miles of pipeline that have never shown up on anything. And maybe now we can decide, you know, maybe now we can agree with EKM on, you know, that's your line. That's not our line, that's your line. The other huge deal is economic. You know, so far we've paid EKM something like $3 million in margin over the cost of gas. And if you were operating this as a regulated utility, from the numbers we put together when we were asked to run the EKM system after they bought it from Jefferson, we were asked to operate the system. Roughly we could operate the system for about $1 an MCF. And right now they're charging us $7 over the cost of gas, over the index cost of gas. That's a big deal. When we blend that, we've paid them about $3 million in margin. About $2.5 million was more than what we would have operated the system for. We have to blend that additional cost in with the cost to all of our other utility customers. And just that extra cost is on the order of about $120 per meter per year for all of Frontier's customers, not just the 1,600 public gas customers. So it's a huge impact, both who owns what and why are you calling us out, and then just functionally, for our customers, it matters not at all financially to Frontier, because we had to pass through that extra $3 million. But wow, what an impact to our other customers that have nothing to do with this. So that's why we're fighting over this. It has no financial impact on Frontier.
Because you pass it through.
Because we have to pass it
So
through.
you're indifferent then, but how
Right.
many total customers?
We have about 4,500 utility customers. About a third of them are on EKM. So a third of our customers raise the price of gas for all 4,500 about $2 an MCF, which is a big deal.
And I would assume your customers are complaining.
If they knew, people always complain about high gas bill.
Yeah.
But if they knew that $120 of it was for this, they would likely complain more.
That's all the questions I have. Redirect?
I have just a couple of redirect. I want to talk just a little bit more about the purchase from Gas Natural and make
Okay.
sure that we're clear on what, you purchased several. You talked about several gas utilities here in the state that you've purchased and kind of put together under the Kentucky Frontier umbrella.
Yeah.
And a lot of those were little small troubled systems, correct?
Right.
All right, and so did you get more information you thought from Gas Natural than you did some of those others about the areas of the pipes and the meters and those type of things when you did your due diligence?
It felt like we were getting really good information because it was a fairly large, 1,600 meters was the biggest transaction we made out of 12 different entities. More of them were more like 400 or 500, and they were really pitiful on records. The public gas records were actually pretty good, and we could talk to their operators and Jack Banks, who had been instrumental in putting it together. So it felt like we got pretty good information.
And when you described what we're calling in quotes the farm tap customers that you received from public gas, and you said they were orphaned customers, that just meant that they were not part of these distribution systems that you obtained. The
Correct.
Jackson system, I think you said was one, there was 8 or 9 of those.
Right.
So you were just saying that these were kind of outside of those areas that you received, and they
Yeah.
were indicated to you to be farm tap customers.
Yep.
And again, none of that piping from EKM's main line to that meter that's at the customer's house for those customers that we're calling farm taps was on any of these maps that you received.
All we got was an address and occasionally a GPS point. That's all we got, and what the serial number was on the meter. Because that's all we were requiring, was just basically the meter.
And your purchase point for that gas to serve those customers is that meter,
Right.
which is not located on the main line.
Correct, in a lot of places.
Okay. There was a little bit of talk about your different systems when Mr. Bentley was asking you questions, and you put together all these systems. Can you kind of do a little comparison to me of what EKM system looks like and what Frontier's system looks like? And one
Yeah.
is a regulated utility and one is not?
Yeah, I've talked about this 2 or 3 times in this case. You know, to give a sort of a rashly overgeneralized comparison, we both have about 350 miles of pipe. And they're roughly the same sizes of pipe, 3, 4, 6 inch pipe. So both companies that have about 350 miles of pipe, both companies, EKM and then Frontier as a whole, the utility company, sells on the order of 400,000 MCF a year. 400,000, that's what our number is, and we're just estimating what the total is of EKM's sales, 400,000 a year. Frontier has something like $9 million in play, and EKM, as I said, purchased this system. We don't have an exact number, but triangulating, EKM purchased the 350 miles of pipe for, somewhere around 1.2 million. We have 9 million in play. We have roughly 20 employees that operate Frontier, and they have 2 or 3 or 4 employees that operate EKM. And when you do a rate case, you look at how much money you have in play and how much your operating expenses are, and you divide that by the volume, and that's the rate. And so we were actually asked by EKM to run that system, and I figured we could run it for about $1, at tops $1.50. And they've charged us so far $7 an MCF. Our retail rate, for the utility with $9 million in play and 20 employees, our retail rate is $4. So they're almost twice. They're charging Frontier almost twice what we can charge our regulated customers. And so this whole fight has not been a contract dispute. It's been, Frontier's between a rock and between the anvil and the hammer. We don't have unlimited ability to pay, $7 an MCF in a market where $1 is the usual cost. In fact, at a formal conference almost 3 years ago, one of their guys, their experts testified that a normal gathering cost would be 50 cents or $1, sometimes $1.50. Well, they're at 7. So this whole thing is about, we have to live under some pretty strict rules, and yet we're getting hammered on this fairly significant percentage of our gas that we purchase.
And do you all have local production?
Yeah, that's the other crazy thing is, okay, if EKM's a gathering system, it is unregulated. Frontier turned off, we have 3 systems that somebody asked me. We have 3 systems that operate, and they're contiguous now. It's the former Oxier Road, it's the former Sigma gas, and it's the former BTU gas, and we have probably 1,000, 1,200 customers all continuously served. We have probably a dozen producers on that line, and then in the winter we take a lot of our gas from the former Kentucky, West Virginia, now diversified, and we can't survive without them. We have to have that gas. But last week, we turned off our Kentucky, West Virginia meter because the local gas will get us, so in the end of April, we turned off that meter, and our local gas will get us through October or November, as Jack said, until the coats come back on. The local gas will feed us until November. So we're off We don't need any gas from Kentucky, West Virginia, any regulated gas from, May through October. So if EKM isn't, and they're doing the same thing as they just said, they started selling gas now off their local production to TECO at Van Leer, and they can get through the summer without buying any, buying a massive amount of pipeline gas. So if we're buying a lot of our gas in winter to survive because our local producers aren't enough, but we are in fact very regulated by the Public Service Commission. And ECAM's not regulated at all, and they have some local gas, but they're buying most of their gas in the winter to keep the lights on in Jackson. Why are we regulated? Why is Frontier regulated? If EKM is not, we're exactly the same. Why is Frontier regulated and EKM is not? Or do we go back to it being a gathering system for 6 months of the year? Unregulated, just charge what you want. I've been doing utilities for 40 years, and this one is just, hand to the forehead. How did this happen? And it happened because back in the day, Jefferson Gas moved a lot of local production, and this was a very small percentage. Now they're just buying gas from TECO and sending it to Jackson and marking it up $7.
I think I just have one last question. You were asked about quality of gas from Mr. Bentley. And were you present in the room when Mr. Banks testified about the critical days on the February 2025 bill to Kentucky Frontier?
Yes.
And he stated that Kentucky Frontier was charged a critical day price that was from TC Energy, that was declared by TC Energy to be a critical day.
Right.
For every drop of gas that Kentucky Frontier purchased on those days.
Yep.
Is that correct?
There were about 10 or 12 critical days on TECO, on TC Energy. There were about 10 or 12 critical days, and for those critical days, you had the index cost of gas, which had gone up, and then the $7 from EKM. But in addition to that, on the critical days, TC was charging an extra $5 or $10 an MCF, and we got charged for every molecule on those 10 days. We got charged that extra critical day rate for every molecule of gas we used.
So that would have been 12, 7 plus 5?
It was,
Yeah,
it was a
12, 13,
very large number for 10 days.
For 10 days,
10 or
yeah.
12 days out of February. And then one of them stated, well, we didn't charge that to our farm tap customers. They charged the critical days to West Liberty and to the prison that West Liberty serves and to Frontier, but they did not charge their farm tap customers. But if you look at the map, if you'll recall, we have farm taps over at Louisa, which is, on the A3, way east. We were being charged critical days for even those customers way east. So by definition, they were saying, well, all of your gas came from Means, from TC Energy.
I have nothing further.
That was redirect?
Yes.
Okay, recross.
Yes, please. To that last point, well, let's back up. You said you do buy producer gas on other segments of your system,
Yes.
your utility. And what do you do with that gas if your customers aren't using it?
We use it all. We've had a situation, I think it probably ended 5 years ago, where those three entities that we can glob together, Auxure Road, BTU, and Sigma, all operate at one. And we had enough producers there that we had a little bit of excess gas in the summer, And we actually had an electric compressor, and we were selling it back to Jefferson, at a place near Sawyersville. But it got to where we were consuming most of that gas in the summer, and the high cost of electricity took away our advantage, and so we just quit running the compressor. We haven't sold to Jefferson, now EKM, probably, maybe even 10 years now. But that's really rare. That was the only place that where we had excess gas in the summer. We were consuming it all otherwise.
If you had more producer gas than you could consume, what would you do with it?
That's not likely. I don't know. That's highly unlikely because most of that system is in Magoffin County and there's hardly any actual production in Magoffin County. We don't have and we really are not set up, as Ms. Sanders said, you have to reconfigure to go both ways. We're not really set up to deliver gas anywhere to anybody now.
So in that regard, then, our systems are different. Is that a fair statement? That we have more producers on the EKM system than demand for gas at times, and we take it to the interstate market?
Yeah, that's a pretty small difference. If you now have the ability to deliver to Van Leer, when did you stop doing that? And I'd say that's in November. So for 6 months of the year, you have to have gas from TC Energy to survive for 6 months of the year, and then 6 months a year you have a little bit of excess. So is EKM a gathering system for 6 months and then a regulated utility for 6 months? That's not how this works. And, as Ms. Sanders said, I don't know how you convert regulated FERC gas back to gathering gas ever.
If you're talking about PHMSA gas, that may be a PHMSA distinction, but with FERC, when KZ East and KZ West were abandoned, they were designated as gathering.
I don't have anything to do with that. I just know you're operating as a distribution system now.
You said in response to my question about the producer gas that it's unlikely that there would be excess producer gas in other parts of your system, but for conversation's sake, say there's a new play in Magoffin County that's producing, thousands of MCF gas a day that feeds into your system. What would you do with that gas?
Our system's too small to take that kind of volume.
200 MCF.
Now we're getting to wild hypotheticals. There is no gas in Magoffin County. If you had an extra 200 a day, I don't know what we would do with it.
That's not your business model.
Say again?
That's not your business model.
It is not our business model.
And back to those customers you characterized as farm tap customers of the old public gas natural system. Again, were they not considered utility customers when you acquired the system from Gas Natural? When you acquired those assets of Gas Natural, those were utility customers, were they not?
Public gas, and then in turn, Gas Natural had designated them. I don't know what they designated them, but they all had the same rate. They didn't have a separate rate for farm tap versus utility system customers, so we just continued that standard. And then got it approved through the commission a couple of years later in a rate case.
Are you aware that EKM has a farm tap tariff on file at the commission?
Yes.
Do we want to get that recognized in the record? Just take judicial notice of the, yeah. Madam Chair, we'd like to take notice that the EKM does have a farm tap tariff on file that was in a proceeding here at the PSC.
Yeah, we can take judicial notice of that. He and
Thank you.
previously.
When Ms. Honaker was asking you about the other systems you purchased, they were described as small troubled systems. Is that how you would have described the public gas or gas natural system?
You know, we bought 2 or 3 that weren't troubled. Oxyar Road was a good little system. Public gas natural wasn't troubled. It seemed to be in pretty good condition. And fairly well run.
And I think you testified previously that you were aware that there was only one supplier of gas for that system when you acquired it.
When we acquired the assets from Gas Natural, the markup was $1.50 per MCF. And it's the only possible source of supply for those 1,600 meters because the 2 systems were developed like this. You know, they were developed as one system, a large pipeline system with also customers. So the 2 companies were developed together, and we knew exactly what we had. There's only one source of gas, and it was Jefferson Gas. And at the time, we were paying $1.50 over index. Now it's $7.
Yeah, that $1.50, that doesn't include the gas price, is that correct?
$1.50 plus the index, whatever the index was at the time.
And there was an increase in that price shortly thereafter, there was or not?
After we decided to buy the public gas assets from Gas Natural, and about a week before we closed, Jefferson helpfully jumped the price from $1.50 to, I think it was $2. May have
Plus
been
the-
$2.25,
plus the
plus the index cost. In between the time that we made the offer and by the time we closed.
But you went forward with the transaction?
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney General's office. And I don't have further questions either. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Mr. Shute, thank you, you're excused. Okay, I believe that was our final witness. Okay, so to wrap up, staff will issue a written summary of any request by May 23rd. And how long would the parties need to respond? Could you respond by June 10th?
I believe that'd be reasonable, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's no due date, since this is just an investigation. But if the parties want to submit a brief, I would suggest simultaneous initial briefs by June 13th. And simultaneous response briefs, if any, by June 27th.
Did you say the 27th?
Mm-hmm, yep. Simultaneous initial, June 13th, simultaneous response by June 27th. Did I pronounce on anybody's wedding anniversary, or? Okay, all right. And if there's nothing further, my favorite part, Bridget.